you alright, yes? Having a good day at camp?
I still do, but it's because of my mom.
What she's up to now?
I think I should just move out.
Huh?
I think I just wanna move out.
Why?
I'm never almost to be done living on there.
Are you talking about that you're sick and tired of living on here?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kenna, but I'm sick and tired of living on there.
Why?
Because I'm not able to stay longer here. This is just bullshit. I'm sick and tired of the stupid police just took my device. It's been like a while to just look at my fucking drive. That is just so embarrassing.
I see. I mean, they shouldn't even just take your drive, by the way.
I know. It's taking like a fucking decade to looking. Man, I'm so tired of waiting this fucking patient.
Why not to say 17 December, though?
I don't know, but I feel like I'm really sick and tired of this. My mom just wait and say when I will change the internet. I mean, my mom will just remove the internet and there will be no more Wi-Fi for the device.
Well, they will give you the rights back?
I don't think so.
Then why is your mom always such a piece of shit?
I don't know. I just don't deserve to, I don't deserve to get my mom like this.
How about guests?
What is it, you know?
Have you thought about Sophie about everything you wanted, a Steam Deck OLED and a Switch 2?
No, and I think my mom will sign up for a Steam Deck.
Why?
Because you can go on the internet. What the fuck is wrong with my mom? I hate my fucking life. Man, I really wish I could be careful online, but my mom always seems to fake it. She always just lie to me. My mom just promised and she lied to me. Because the police are just really lying to me. Man, my fucking world life really sucked like a fucking retarded.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna ask my mom if she can just make the super at 5 p.m. because I'm fucking hungry. Ma? Ma? I thought it was... Zeta! Help me, though. You know what? I cannot stand this. I cannot stand this shit.
What's on this?
I'm just going to leave some more.
You're sick and tired of living with your mom?
Yeah, because I'm not able. I can't stand with this shit. It's just only said that there's nobody will ever just talk to me. This is just like the worst of my life. I got my consequence. This should be just not existed. My consequence should be reward. I mean, reverse. No, reward. I mean, it should not even happen in Basine. I just really wish they could give my social media back. But all she always say is, my mom always threaten me for my life is if you use social media. I mean, then if you have social media and you're doing something bad, you're going to go in prison forever, and I'm not here for you anymore. My mom always say this.
Did you really want to maybe go somewhere?
Like what? I just really want to go on a beach and I really want to make some new friends. But I don't have any people who just wanna talk to me. My mom, I also applied for a job for a CV, but that does not mean I'm going to get a job still.
Oh man, your life sucks.
I know. Maybe I think I should just live somewhere.
You wanna live somewhere?
Yeah, I can't handle this.
Are you okay, boy?
No, like I cannot handle this stupid consequence. I'm sick and tired of this stupid consequence.
Yes.
Hmm?
What the police are doing anyway?
They're looking for everything for my insurance, right? And I'm sick and tired of this. I'm so tired of living my life. I'm just completely bored.
Man,
I just really wish I was not existed. Hopefully I can reconnect in myself.
hey, what is this?
Mm. You know what? I'm fucking just going to delete YouTube company.
Imagine YouTube had died.
Man, I'm so fucking hungry.
I know. What's on guest?
I just hate my life.
Yes.
Yes, channel.
Um, do you wanna move out?
You wanna I start to live somewhere?
Maybe. Maybe they will talk to you and why you wanna move out.
You know, channel. I don't really. I don't wanna risk to. Risk into doing this because if I do this, I'm going to be stuck in a foster care with no internet and like join. Just only stuck to be in my room doing nothing.
C'est quoi, je m'en vais. Normalement, moi, c'est quelque chose que je comprends.
Chances are, every time you feel like you've copied your previous sapphire or emerald, you'll be greeted with the internal pattern is from dry. The game can be played. However, Optic's events will no longer occur. I'm sure you know by now that means the battery is dead. If you're thinking of replacing the battery, please watch this video before doing it.
About my... Alright, what's up?
Oh no, I gotta jump! No, 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 no. I'm going the other way. Jump! That's it! Run, 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 run! Run, Leo! No! Good morning, principal. I know you're all about this week's gala activities. Now, as you know, Gala Week is typically about sports, track events, team games, all the usual things we do to celebrate the school. But this year, for this particular class, we decided to do something a little different.
Different how?
Yeah. Tell us. How is it going to be different?
You've been paying attention. And what you've noticed is that a significant number of students in this class are taking this game.
Roblox, specifically. You play it at home. We talk about it in the hallways. Some of you have been caught playing it on your phones during lunch. So instead of fighting it, we decided to embrace it. This year, your gala activity is a Roblox gaming tournament.
Wait, are you serious? A Roblox tournament? In school?
Did you just say what you think he said?
Yes, I said what you think I said. Now let me explain the rules before anyone starts celebrating. The game that we're playing today is called Escape Running. You run, you jump, you dodge, you escape. Simple concept, difficult execution.
Here are the competition rules. Every student gets 2 attempts. If you fail both attempts, you are eliminated. The goal is to complete as many stages as possible. There are 4 stages total. Complete all 4 and you are the top contender.
If no player actually completes all 4 stages, then whoever completes the most stages wins. 2 winners will be declared today, first place and second place. No third place. Each place.
What do the winners get?
Excellent question. First place winner gets to take home 2 brand new iPads. Second place winner takes home 1 brand new iPad.
New iPad? Is this real? This is real life?
Or, and I want to make sure I have your attention for this, the winner can choose to skip school for 2 weeks and receive free passing grades when they return.
Free grades? 2 weeks off? I'm winning this.
Man, this is the best school year ever.
These kids are funny. You really think I'm going to let you skip school and give you free grades? Absolutely not. Listen, the iPads are real. The school vacation is not. Now, this group.
Thank you, Principal Owen. Now, I know some of you don't have an iPad at home, or your device isn't fast enough to run this game properly. So the school has arranged something special. Look on my desk.
No way. Are these ours?
They are not. They belong to the school. You will use them for this competition, and you will return them to us at the end of the day. If any of these iPads come back damaged, the student responsible will be dealing with more than just a lost competition. Are we completely clear on that? Yes?
Yes, agreed.
Good. Everyone go pick up an iPad and get comfortable. The tournament begins in 5 minutes.
We will not just do this today. We have a game to play. This is my moment. Everything I came through with ground. All of it. We're supposed to do this. Today, I show everyone what I'm made of. You're holding the iPad upside down. I know that.
Man, this is powerful enough to run my game.
All right. Ground rules one more time. You sit at my desk. You play. The whole class cheers. 2 attempts maximum. Complete as many stages as you can. Questions?
Can we cheer for ourselves?
You can cheer for anyone, but you cannot distract the player or make comments to say, "Come on." I'm looking at you specifically when I say that.
I haven't done anything yet.
First player, Prince, you're up.
Let's do this.
Prince, are you ready?
We're ready.
Okay, stop.
The iconic case of Ferrero Rocher, now in a square. Raise the brush. When your teeth are sensitive, even biting can cause
Stage 2. Here we go. Oh, God. None. This arrow exerts a force that pushes me very fast to that head. This force would die.
Okay, Leo, you're done.
Okay, Miss Green.
Next up, Caillou.
Finally. Alright, let me show you guys what we got. I barely play in front of people. That's the thing. And you know what? I'm going to complete the first and the second stage in 60 seconds. Oh, I can't wait to see that.
Caillou, let's go, man. Oh my God, he just completed stage 1.
Don't celebrate yet. Stage 3 is next.
Caillou, you are now tied with Leo. Complete stage 2, and you move to first place. Okay, everyone, pay attention. This is where Leo sits. Let's see if Caillou can get past this.
The red arrow has a force that pushes you back. So all you have to do is move with the force. Push yourself to the side, making a run for those enemies that will stop you past the stage. Let's do this.
Caillou.
This boy is cooking.
Oh my God, I did. Okay, we still got one more left. That was close. Oh my God, I did it.
Caillou. 2 stages complete. You are now first on the board. Leo moves to second. Outstanding.
Now let's move forward. Where am I going? I don't know, but I'm just still going.
Yes,
What is wrong with this kid?
Caillou. Both attempts used. 2 stages completed. You are currently in first place. Excellent work.
Well, I did my best.
Well done, bro.
Your turn, class. You called yourself a pro? Well, let's see what a pro looks like. Finally, I've been waiting this whole time.
Man, this kid sucks. I can't wait to see him fail.
You can't wait to see him fail. Leo? Well, I can't wait to see you get disappointed because I'm not going to just play this game. Sorry, I want to say something before I start. Working driving is basically my full-time job.
Come on. Are we really doing this?
Shut up, Marcus. Now, I had no phone, no devices, no games, nothing. And in those dark moments, the one thing I always thought about was it was where I'm from. Almost
Sit down and play the damn game.
it was part of it. And today I'm going to prove that. I'm going to win first place. Listen, man, I'm going to have no choice but to give me both prizes.
Wait, what? One person cannot win both places. That's not how competitions work.
a very controversial update. From it redesigning everything and being notoriously buggy on launch and especially in beta. So I thought to myself, why not give the very second beta of iOS 7 a try? I mean, the first beta was already pretty weird. So today we're trying out the very second beta of iOS 7 on this iPhone 5. And so the first thing we'll need to do is, of course, restore iOS 7 beta 2 onto this iPhone 5. So here's my thing. We will be using this to restore iOS 7 beta 2 onto this device. So let's first of all get this iPhone 5 connected up to this Linux computer. We will now run a program known as Legacy iOS Kit to restore this firmware onto this iPhone 5. We will hit Restore Downgrade. We will use Powder Snow 7X blocks. We'll select our target IPSW, which will of course be the iOS 7 beta 2 IPSW. We will now select our base IPSW, which will be iOS 7 that is the iOS version I have received. Now we'll select our SH blocks, which of course will be for iOS 7.1. And then finally we can hit Start Restore. I'm going to disable the jailbreak option, betas. I'm going to hit yes for most of that. And next thing we'll do is put this into DFU mode, which is just holding the top and hold button for about 8-ish seconds, and after that 8 seconds, let going of that top button and keep holding the home button. And looks like we are restoring it onto this device. Now, I will leave this on timelapse, and I'll make it quick, but feel free to skip the next chapter. And it looks like it is finally booted, and we booted into iOS 7 beta 2. The very first thing you'll notice is it still has the iOS 6 slide unlock sound, which was also in beta 1. So now let's get this thing set up. I'm going to enable location services, set up this as the new iPhone, hit agree, not have passcode, I'm going to use Siri, don't send, and we're going to hit OK, and we boot into iOS 7 beta 2. Now the very first thing you will notice about this beta is the default wallpaper is a different wallpaper to the one you saw in the first beta. I will of course throw up some footage of what that looks like, but it is different. But that one wallpaper that you're seeing right here ended up still being in the first beta, it just wasn't the default. And if you go to the wallpaper selection, you still get that one weird bug where you see the lock screen of iOS 6 and iOS 7. And if we go into the wallpaper selection, you will see that old wallpaper from beta 1 is completely missing. And it is still pretty much the same wallpapers that you saw in iOS 6 besides this one right here. And from time to time, you also get this bug where the dots blur just completely bugs out, and it is got like a tinted white look. This also was the first beta of iOS 7 to get iPad support, which weirdly was not on the first beta. And I definitely really need to make a video on this, but I just want to get my hands on like an iPad 4th gen or something like that, so I can get a much smoother experience other than using something like an iPad and restoring this beta on there. It would be very much slower. The control center also looks a lot more closer to the final release. So here's final release's control center, and here's the control center here. Besides a couple things, it is pretty much the same exact thing. And if you are curious what the beta 1 control center looked like, it is very much different looking, and it has a couple different button choices. But since we're comparing it to the final release, you can see that the buttons overall just look slightly different and a lot more thinner and see-through. And again, since we are briefly comparing it to the final release, you can see the wallpaper is slightly different on the first beta versus something like final release. So you can see it has a much more like speckled version of that nebula wallpaper, while if you look at the one on the final release, it just looks overall a lot more cleaner and better. This was also the beta that added back voice memos, as it was completely absent from beta 1 for some reason. And it is overall much more stable compared to beta 1, besides a couple bugs that are still retained from that beta. That one bug where you would see the dock just completely split in half, where blur is partially there on one half and missing on the other is finally of course, because that was like one of the biggest bugs with the iOS 7 beta, which is super ugly looking. But one of them that users not really having any blur until you open them. I mean, it's a beta that just happened on release, for example, just so you can see. Like, you can see that here. Apparently, searching with Spotlight search was also overall a lot more faster. This beta also removed a lot of the status that you can see on things like the apps and the text up on the status bar. Footage from my last beta video, you can see it looks pretty different, and there's a lot of shadows on this game. So here's a different wallpaper. You can see there's definitely some shadows here, and this wallpaper just overall makes it a lot easier to see if there's shadows. People have also talked about this on the Beta 1 video. The iTunes Store icon is overall slightly different looking on Beta versus Final. So if we go zoom in really closely on that right there, you can see it is a lot less like dark purple towards the bottom of that gradient. While if we look at Beta 1 and Beta 2, there is a much more intense gradient, and overall, the iTunes Store icon is just a bit bigger. Also, in the weather app, this thing was implemented where you can see all of your weather locations stacked on top of each other. This was also absent from Beta 1. And also, this UI looks so cool, like with this like gradient down here, this almost looks skeuomorphic, and it's like a mix. And that is just so cool with this beta. Like, you can tell there's so many methods from iOS 6, and it looks really cool. Still, like Beta 1, there were much more lowercase fonts in the notification center, so you can see it up here. All of these icons up here with like today, all this, and your notification center have a lowercase font left, while up here you get one uppercase font in front of the other, the lowercase fonts. And I know that's like really tiny detail, and that really doesn't matter, but it just looks a bit better. The Game Center font is still the very thin version of Helvetica GNU on the rest of this operating system, but it has a matching text to what you see on the final release, as this was slightly different than Beta 1. And another cool remnant from iOS 6 on iOS 7 Beta 2 is you cannot connect to the App Store screen. It looks a lot more skeuomorphic looking, and it has the older App Store icon and everything. And this kind of looks like macOS Mavericks, not gonna lie. But here you just get your like normal notification thing here. Now here is something I really wish I could show you. After updating to Beta 2, you would apparently be greeted with a new welcome screen, which is actually the standard on iPhones to this day. Now this is something I really wanted to test out on the iOS 7 betas, and that's whether Siri works or not. What is the weather in New York? I don't think it's working, because normally we get an immediate answer, but it doesn't look like I'm getting that.
About this, but I can't take any requests right now.
Yeah, there you go. You can see it doesn't work. And on some other earlier versions of iOS 7, it doesn't even work. I think this may be one where it doesn't work. This is 7.4. What is the weather in New York?
I'm really sorry about this, but I can't take any requests right now. Please try again in a little while.
And yeah, there you go. You can see it doesn't work. This 7.0x version either. And back to that weather icon. This may be a little tiny thing that you may not even notice, but this weather icon here has a much more brighter gradient that is much more larger compared to the final. So you can see that here, that gradient looks a lot less significant. Also, like Beta 1, slide to unlock overall looks a lot more different on Beta 1 and 2, as you can see. It just lacks that one arrow on the left side of it. And it also has a much more thin font. And I kind of prefer that look, to be honest. Like Beta 1, the icons and settings have a much more new look compared to final release, as you can see. And the older slide to power off from Beta 1 is still here. And of course, this is 7.0x, so it looks slightly different. If you are curious what it looks like on 7.1x iOS 7, here you go. It's much more in line with how it looks today, although iOS 27 did just change how that looks very slightly. And the FaceTime sign-in is also much more in line with final release, as if we take a look at that very first beta video I made, you can see that it has a much more tinted look on Beta 1 versus Beta 2. But yeah, that is a look at iOS 7 Beta 2. I will definitely be doing Beta 3 at some point, because I'm very curious on how that looks compared to Beta 2. If you enjoyed this video, please consider dropping a like, subscribing with notifications on, sharing the video, typing the video, and also please consider checking out my social media accounts, which you'll have in the description and in the end part. I have a second YouTube channel where I post my short form content. I have a TikTok, I have a Reddit, and I have a Twitter. But yeah, this has been Derek from Certified Legacy, and I'll see you in the next video.
Your next epic story is waiting. Like at Park City Mountain, endless terrain to explore. Then, with music at the top of the mountain. Correct. And the day was full of people. Now it's all fictional. You can save 20% on the pass. Lock it in at epicpass.com.
Kellogg's Frosted Flakes cereal. Only 5 ingredients. Plus spices and herbs. That's it.
Will be Moxie, and I've done 5th generation. I suppose this has never been updated. I'm just running a different software version. I iOS 10. So without further ado, let's get this out of the box. And here is the iPod. Looks like we have the space gray color, and it appears to be in pretty good condition. So let's see if this gets any light. And okay, looks like it's charging on. Well, we got that out. Any accessories here? Nothing really interesting other than a couple cables and the Apple stickers, which is actually pretty nice. I didn't get any cables or anything, whatever. And okay, we move immediately into iOS 10. And we immediately can tell this is iOS 10 just because it has the older style battery icon. And looks like we have version 10.3.2 and a 128 gig model. Now let's talk a bit about the specs and history of the iPad 5th generation. It was released all the way back on March the 24th of 2017, and this was a pretty interesting iPad release, mainly due to the fact that last time they released the base model iPad was like way back in 2012, and that of course was the iPad 4th generation. And the difference between this and like the iPad 4th generation is this time they positioned this thing as the budget model, releasing it at a starting price of $329. It also came in colors of silver, gold, and of course space gray, which is the one that this is. It also had storage options of 32 and 128 gigs, which makes this one even cooler because we have the maxed out available option in terms of storage on this thing. It also had the A9 chipset with 2 gigs of RAM, which is a slight improvement over the iPad Air 2, which you can see in the back right here. And by the way, this is pretty much the budget 9.7-inch iPad you could get before the iPad 5th generation, so that's why we're doing a comparison with this one. But this was only a slight improvement over this iPad Air 2, mainly due to the fact this thing had the A8X chipset, and you're comparing that to the A9 chipset. And in terms of performance, you would not really see any differences. And of course, we're going to compare this to the iPad 4th generation. This was a massive jump from this iPad to the iPad 5th gen, mainly due to the fact that this thing still has 32-bit architecture on its board, which is kind of crazy. So you're going from the A6 chipset to the A9 chipset. And the cool thing about this and the iPad 5th gen, if we're going to do like a real comparison, the iPad 4th gen is still getting updates around that time, which is kind of crazy to be honest. And by the way, I'm talking about the time of this thing being out. This iPad 5th generation also weirdly did not get the anti-reflective coating and laminated displays of other iPads. And this ended up just being like reserved to the iPad Airs and iPad Pros, which doesn't really make any sense because I know you're trying to cut costs, but it won't cost you more to use the display and give it an anti-reflective coating. And they've been doing this to this day, by the way, on the base model iPad. And a bit of you will not even really understand what any of that means, so let me break it down for you. A laminated display is when the actual LCD, aka what is the actual screen, and the digitizer, which is what does the touch, are fused together, and it just gives you a much more like unified look on the screen where it doesn't feel like there's gaps. So like for example, if we tap this, it sounds a little bit hollow. If we tap this too, it doesn't sound hollow. But you can also see the content is like right there and it's a lot better. And the anti-reflective coating is basically what it says. It's a coating that lowers the amount of reflection you get on your screen, and it is quite reflective here. You can see my light over here. Although this wasn't all bad news on that front light with the screen, it also was like technically more brighter in terms of the LCD. It was about 25% brighter compared to the iPad Air 2. But other than that, the LCD itself was pretty much the same resolution as the iPad Air 2. This thing also got the first generation touch ID sensor, which the second gen that was released around this time was reserved to the 2017 iPad Pros. And in terms of the housing, it pretty much had the same exact thickness as the iPad Air first generation from 2013, mainly due to the fact that on the iPad Air 2, it was super easy to bend your device. Really easy. To be honest, it is still kind of a modern iPad. We want to get into that. But they went with the same dimensions as that iPad Air on this iPad 5th gen, just so it was a little bit more durable. But they still had things absent, like the mute switch on the side next to these volume buttons. So like here's an iPad Air 1, and you can see what I mean right there. And it also got a slightly different speaker grill design, as the iPad Air 2 would pretty much have the same thing here, but like here's my you can see the speakers look kind of different. And speaking of speakers, it also had 2 stereo speakers on the side, which you can see here, and it was like the iPad Air 1 and iPad Air 2 on that front, and the quad speakers would end up just being reserved for the iPad Pros. So, for example, this is an iPad Pro. You can see the 2 speakers on top and the 2 towards the bottom, and that was pretty much just the iPad Pro feature. The cameras on this thing were also not very good. It had a front 8 megapixel camera, which was capable of taking your standard 1080p 30 video and just 1080p pictures, while the selfie camera was even worse, as it could only do 1.2 megapixels on the selfie camera, which is really bad, and that could only do about 720p, for example. And another fun fact about this thing, this iPad also initially, like, weirdly was just called iPad in marketing, but like everywhere else, it was called the 2017 iPad or iPad 5th generation. The battery on this thing was also pretty decent. It had about 8,000-ish milliamp hours, which allowed this thing to give a standard 10 hours of battery life you see on these. And the cool thing about this iPad 5th generation is that it's still running iOS 10, and that is very cool because this thing only got a couple versions of iOS 10 officially on here, 10.3, 10.3.1, 10.3.2, which they say is on 10.3.2, and 10.3.3. And overall, on iOS 10, it runs amazing. So you can kind of see how quick it opens and closes apps. And something really weird about this thing, in terms of iOS versions and software versions, like what they were upgradable to. This thing was upgradable all the way up until iOS 16, where of course it runs really bad. But the weirdest thing about this is this thing, of course, only has a base A9 chip. iOS 15 would definitely suit this better just because it would match every other base A9 chip device. Because every other base A9 chip device would just get iOS 15 in. I mean, it wouldn't run great, but it would definitely run a lot better than iOS 16. This thing also lacked Apple Pencil support for some reason. People would be forced to upgrade to the 6th gen, which would come out like a year later if they wanted that. But still kind of weird they didn't give it on this thing. And now let's get into iOS 10. iOS 10 was the last iOS version to have the earlier version of flat design with boxy elements all over the UI, like the dock, and the icons still had the more classic flat look, which is still kind of mimicking their skeuomorphic predecessors, while of course still being kind of flat. On iOS 11, this was completely thrown out the window in favor of a much more rounded off and much more minimal design. And this is overall such a weird looking iOS version because you could tell they kind of wanted to go for some sort of redesign, but they ended up not. And they just kind of like mixed like some iOS 11 elements with iOS 10 elements, but overall it still had the earlier flat design look. But other than that, it also had some really weird design decisions, especially on like the lock screen. As right here, you can see the clock is aligned to the left on this thing. And this is only on iPads that could run iOS 10, which is super weird. And it is just super odd looking, especially when you know this was only there for a year. Slide to unlock was also thrown out the window on this iOS version, meaning to unlock your device, you would just press the home button. And this was mainly due to the implementation of widgets, which you can see right here. And if you would slide to unlock normally, you would go in this direction. So when you do that, it now just brings up a widget menu, as you can see. The notification center was also really weird looking and nothing like what you've seen before on any other iOS version. And so you can see you would have the one tab with your widgets, and it looks completely different to any other widgets you would see on a previous notification center. Normally it would look like this, and then you have the notifications, and it would also have a really weird looking thing for notifications. It would have bubbles. Well, here, this is where bubbles were implemented in your notifications, actually. So let me send a notification just so you can see what it would look like. So as you can see, it has that like bubble that is much more modern and in line with what you see on modern iOS versions. Well, on iOS 8 and 9, it would also look much different in terms of notifications. You want to have the bubbles. And also, this is kind of a minor thing, but a also big thing at the same time. You might notice that my screen is kind of yellow. Well, this is because there's something called night shift. And this is basically where your device automatically adapts to make your screen warmer when it becomes like nighttime and later times of the day, whenever you want it to be customized to be like. So I have it on currently, and as you can see, if I turn it off, it becomes much more brighter and less warm. And if I turn it on, my screen becomes yellow. So yeah, this wasn't on iOS 9 before, because this is basically making people less incentivized to jailbreak. Because on previous iOS versions, if you wanted that functionality, you would need a jailbreak tweak to get that. So yeah. And note how I mentioned the iPad 4th generation was still supported on iOS 10? Well, this also ties in with application support on iOS 10, as this was the very last iOS version to feature support for 32-bit applications that you could get off the App Store. As, I mean, this was the last iOS version that supported 32-bit devices in general, like that iPad 4. So on iOS 11, there was like no reason for them to support it anymore, so of course it was dropped there. Apple Music also had a much different look on
iOS 10 compared to previous iOS versions, because to be honest, this looks a ton like iOS 11, down to the older fonts and how the icons and everything look. It's just a lot more than iOS 11, but it was overall redesigned here, and I honestly think it looks as good as something like iOS 9. So let me show you iOS 9. And so here's iOS 9. It has much more thinner fonts, and it overall just feels like it fits on iOS 9 and even on iOS 10. So I don't really know why they redesigned Apple Music this early on, to be completely honest. They should have waited for iOS 11. And on the later version of iOS 10, which we are on 10.3x, instead of that classic videos app you would have on those earlier versions of iOS 10 and even iOS 9, you would get the TV application, and it's basically the video app, but you can directly get videos and TV shows from this app instead of having to like sync with iTunes. And they've overall, like around this time period, we're just trying to completely eliminate any reason for you to use iTunes at this point. Siri was also apparently completely revamped to be much more smarter. You can also now make it use your messaging apps and could do stuff like send messages and other stuff like that. And it can also search your photo app for specific photos. So let's try this right now. Siri, bring me to my very first photo. That really didn't work. It just brought me to my wallpapers. It could also book ride services like an Uber. It could use your payment apps to make payment, and it could use your fitness apps to like start and stop workouts. The Home app was also added where you could control accessories that were supported around your house with just a tap. And then you could also send notifications for updates on your accessories and share access with these accessories to the rest of your family. QuickType also got some updates like predicting what emojis you could use in a conversation or writing, and predictions for stuff like words were overall supposed to be significantly more accurate with the new tech. But yeah, that is a look at this iPad 5th generation running iOS 10. I'm very happy to get my hands on one of these. I've wanted one of these for a little bit now, and they are very cool. I overall like the design of it because, I mean, my old iPad was an iPad 6 gen, and I overall really like that design with the home button and everything. And I'm just glad to have one of these just because I really like iOS 10 especially. And yeah, if you enjoyed this video, please consider dropping a like, subscribe.
Ah, fuck. Ah, tabarnak.
Your home is your happy place until you come back to bad odors. Use Febreze plug-in. It alternates between 2 complementary scents to fight odors and provide freshness for up to 50 days. Try Febreze Plug.
Hello everyone, it's time for us to go and take a look at the iPad 5th generation and see how this particular iPad holds up in 2025. Now, this particular iPad came out a while ago, and although this would not be the first iPad I'd recommend people to buy, I still think it still is like a very interesting iPad. I think it still brings a lot of different stuff to the table. So we'll take a look at all these things throughout this whole entire video. First things first though, if you do want to go and pick up either one of these iPads that I would recommend buying this year, links will be down in the description below. You can get them from there, and you can help support the channel at the exact same time. Now, starting off with the outside of both these particular, or just this iPad, the iPad 5th generation. This iPad originally came out in 2017. So already you can probably imagine that this type of iPad is definitely going to be showing its age, right? It's about 8 years old now. So it definitely is like an older styling of iPad. It's going to be giving you like a little bit of an outdated type of experience. So I do just want to kind of preface, with that by saying those particular things. Now on top of that, when it comes down to this iPad on the front side, you're getting a 9.7-inch IPS LCD panel on the front side. So it's a pretty basic type of layout. There's not really anything like super insane going on here that we haven't already seen before. This is a very, very familiar design. So I definitely want to get that out of the way, that this type of design for the most part definitely looks and feels kind of what you'd expect in the majority of different devices. Now, you are still getting pretty big bezels on the top and the bottom of this particular iPad. So I definitely want to say that is kind of one of those big things to keep in mind there. Because if you're going to go through and pick up an iPad, you're definitely going to be getting somewhat of an outdated type of feeling. The top and the bottom bezels are pretty big. You are getting Touch ID though, which is pretty nice. But you're still getting the home button. It still is like an outdated type of design when it comes down to it. And it's a 60 Hz panel. Most panels nowadays, especially on the pros, they're definitely giving you better feeling panels for the most part as well. So from that side, that kind of covers it up there. You're also getting a lightning port at the bottom as well, which could be a nice thing, for some people. But with that being said, it probably also would make a lot more sense to go through and essentially probably go through and get something like a, type of iPad that has USB Type-C. So that could be another big thing to kind of keep in mind there in that particular perspective as well. On the back side, you're getting this aluminum bag, and you're getting a single camera setup in the top left corner. I think the back side of this iPad looks pretty good. There's not really too many things to really complain about here for the most part. I do think if you're going to go through and pick up an iPad, you're probably going to have a pretty decent experience with this thing. I think from that side, that's actually not a bad idea. But like I said before, there's always some better options out there to go and kind of think about. And with this iPad on the exterior, there are a few areas where this iPad just doesn't really hold up that well when compared to some of the competition. Now, number one, this iPad, like I said, the display really is a little bit outdated. Having that amount of bezel on it, like the display itself still looks okay, like it's an IPS panel, it's fairly high resolution. But if you're going to go through and get an iPad like this, you're definitely going to be feeling like that this type of device is giving you a little bit of an outdated experience, and the fact that it's basically 60 Hz. That's another kind of annoying thing going on for this iPad too. Now on top of that, the USB Type-C, like I mentioned, could be another annoying thing going on for this type of device. So that could also kind of throw you off a little bit. And then the single camera setup on the back side could also be a little bit of an annoyance as well. But it's not that big of a deal, but it could be just another one of those minor things. When it comes down to the price tag, this iPad is essentially going to be giving you an iPad that you could buy for probably around $100, probably even cheaper than that. This really is not that expensive of an iPad to buy anymore, and I don't really see too many people trying to go out of their way to buy an iPad 5th generation, but that could be one of those types of things that you might end up experiencing within this type of device too. It definitely is somewhat of it's gone down in value quite a bit, and I don't know if this would be the first iPad I'd recommend people to buy too, so just kind of keep that in mind as well. When it comes down to its camera performance though, the camera on this thing on the back side is a single 8 megapixel camera, and on the front side you're getting a 1.2 megapixel camera. So there are some flip-floppy things going on here for the most part. If you're going to go through and pick up a device, this is definitely going to be one of those types of experiences that you're basically going to experience. Like for me personally, if you're going to go through and pick up a device, something like an iPad 5th generation, getting 1080p at 30, 720p at 30 frames per second on the front side, it is a very, very outdated type of experience in my personal opinion. Like if you're going to go through and pick up an iPad, this thing is definitely going to be showing its age, right? Most iPads nowadays can give you things like 4K 60 on the front,
They can give you a lot more things when it comes down to it as well. So I definitely do think if you're going to go through and like pick up an iPad, you're definitely going to be getting a better experience, in my personal opinion, as far as I can tell, in some of the newer generation of iPads. That's just kind of what ends up happening here. And I personally do feel like this is one of the biggest takeaways here for the iPad 5th generation. That, in my personal opinion, it just really is not like the best performing iPad, and there might be better options when it comes down to it from that side as well. So, not the biggest deal in the world, but one of those minor things to kind of keep in mind there from that particular perspective. Now, on top of that, another very big thing to keep in mind here too is that with something like an iPad 5th generation, this iPad is still supported with software as of this point. So we're still able to go through, actually no, it was supported with software, it is no longer supported with software. So it did go all the way up to iPadOS 16.7.7. Now, the iPad after this got a lot of software updates, which was kind of surprising to me. This one, on the other hand, did not really get that same treatment. So this one is in a little bit of a different situation where it's not really going to go through and basically give you like a super long-lasting type of experience from that side. So this one's already done, and this is by far the biggest reason why I would not recommend anybody to buy an iPad 5th generation. This iPad is already done, it's already outdated, and there's far better options out there to go and buy rather than this one. So from that side too, I think that's just kind of one of the biggest takeaways, because I would hate for you to go through and buy an iPad like this, but it's already outdated with software. And there are significantly better options out there to go and buy rather than this type of iPad. So once again, kind of keep that in mind. There's way better options out there when it comes down to it. It did have a pretty big size battery though, 8,827 mAh battery. That was kind of a big thing going on here. And if you're going to go through and pick up a phone or an iPad, that's a really big size battery to have inside of a device. So personally for me, I think that makes a lot of sense in some ways to go and kind of think about and kind of look at. But with that being said too, there's way better options out here than going through and buying something like an iPad 5th generation, especially when it comes down to the performance side. This type of iPad, had that Apple A9 chip inside of it, and it was giving you 2 gigabytes of RAM. So that right there was also like another one of those big key takeaways here, because it's like, well, why would you want to go ahead and buy one of those types of iPads if it's already outdated with software and if the performance really isn't that great either? Unless somebody's gifting it to you or you are getting it from some other situation, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to go and buy these types of iPads anymore. And when you factor in the fact that these types of iPads are also basically not even supporting Apple Pencil, like you can't even use an Apple Pencil with these iPads, it really does end up showing its age, and it kind of puts you in a situation to where like, why would you want to even buy this iPad when you can buy like an iPad 9th generation, not even pay that much more money and get a significantly better experience? So I say that all to say, with the iPad 5th generation, this iPad is just kind of one of these like tricky types of devices. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense to go and buy. I feel like there's way better options to go and buy out there than this one. And that's why I personally kind of think about like, if you're going to go ahead and buy an iPad, like I said, I think there's better options out there. I think buying something like an iPad, 9th generation is a very good upgrade. A 10th generation would be perfect. If you can go through and search for something like an iPad 10, that thing would be really, really good. But even an iPad Air, 4 would be better than this thing, and iPad Air 3 probably. This thing just really isn't that great anymore, and there's way better options for you to go and buy rather than this type of device when it comes down to it. So, in my personal opinion, that's kind of how I see this type of device holding up, in my personal opinion, in 2025. If you have any other thoughts or questions, please let me know in the comment section below. Hit the like button, not me so much, but definitely hit that subscribe button. More importantly than everything else, I love every single one of you guys. Hopefully I'll catch you guys in the next video. Peace out, so long.
This is the iPad
also commonly referred to as the cheap one. You know, that $300-odd one Apple sells. Well, this was actually the first one of that line, and it was released in early 2017. And I just bought it, directly from Apple, refurbished. Hey, how's it going? I'm Josh from 91 Tech, and today we're going to be taking a look at the 9.7-inch 2017 iPad 5th generation. How does it hold up almost 4 years later? Now, some might be surprised right off the bat that Apple still sells such an old device, but they don't, actually. At least not anymore. Refurbished products tend to come and go really quickly, depending on the stock available, and you can see what's around by going to Apple's site and scrolling to the bottom where it says refurbished and clearance. This is where this iPad pops up. In fact, right now you can see they have the 7th gen iPad, although it is out of stock. The iPad 5 costed me about $269 Canadian, which translates roughly to about $200 US. The iPad 8, currently the best cheap iPad, costs $330, so I essentially saved $130 by getting this nearly 4-year-old device. Okay, so that's not a fantastic deal, I'll admit it, but I don't think that's so much the fault of this iPad as it is the iPad 8 just being really good value, because I'll be frank, the iPad 5 for $200 has kind of blown me away. It is much, much better than I expected, but I'll get to all that. So let's back up here and start with the design of the iPad 5th generation. There's no question that this is a massively different iPad from its predecessor, the iPad 4. And it isn't really fair to call the iPad 4 its predecessor, given that it came out in 2012 and the iPad 5 5 years later. But going by Apple's naming scheme, this is technically true, as Apple brought back the base iPad line to fulfill their budget iPad role. And the iPad 5 has quickly been replaced by the 6, 7, and 8 in the past few years. The design stayed basically the same across the board, with the only difference being a small decrease in the bezels, but otherwise, this thin and light, all-aluminum iPad perfectly holds up. I've always liked this look, and while some might criticize Apple for not moving on from it sooner, I'd say, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. For colors, we've got some pretty basic options in silver, gold, and space gray. I, of course, have space gray, which has always been my favorite iPad color, as I like the black bezels. And the bezels are fairly thick, but I don't really mind too much, because, you know, when you're holding the iPad, it's kind of nice to hold it by the bezels, and we also do have a terrific Touch ID home button on the bottom that works perfectly for an iPad like this. Of course, on the bottom of the device,
Why is the Apple TV look like really weird?
on the top, we have the headphone jack, a feature that has now been killed on both the iPad Air and Pro line.
Today we're looking at Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear. Wow, these wavy edges tear so much better than ordinary squares, and it's way softer. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear, definitely worth it. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
The iPad now runs full-fledged macOS. In this video, I'll be showing you how you can get it. You do need an M1, M2, or M3, or M4 iPad. This will not work on an iPad with an A series chip. Now let me show you right now. Alright, so the first thing you want is you want the shortcut down in the description down below. So let me show you what the shortcut does. So basically why we need this shortcut is because this is going to run some code that was found in iPadOS. So if you click on this right here, all you gotta do is enter the name of the macOS volume. We're gonna call it Macintosh HD. You can just name it whatever you want. You can call it iPad HD or iPad SSD. And then all you gotta do is click on Done. So once you click on Done, all you gotta do is choose whether you want to upgrade or install. So basically what upgrade will do is it will take any iPad app that you have installed and they will check to see on the App Store if it's supported or not. And if it is supported, it will carry over. Now, if there's a Mac app equivalent, it will automatically install a Mac version of it. So we're going to click on the upgrade button. So downloads will happen in the background. You may use your iPad as you wait. And you'll see right here that you have a little progress bar right here. So this is the little progress bar, but of course you just use your iPad however you like. Alright, so this does take a little bit as you are seeing right here. Now this is hidden inside of iPadOS and not found in macOS. So this is a different build of macOS than what you've seen before. My thinking is that Apple is going to be announcing this in the coming weeks, as like one of those press releases, like when Apple announced Final Cut Pro for the iPad, for example. However, instead of using the iPad version of Final Cut, you'll be able to use the full-fledged macOS version of Final Cut Pro. Now, I will be discussing some limitations of this once it is done installing and showing you what macOS can do on the iPad. Alright, so once you get the restarting iPadOS alert, all you gotta do is click on OK, and then are you sure you wish to restart your iPad? You just want to click on Restart, and then it will restart your iPad, and then you'll be greeted with macOS. Now this will keep all your files and all of your apps and everything, and basically any app that's on the Mac App Store that is an iPad app will work just fine. Alright, let's let it load right here, and as you can see right here, we now have macOS on the iPad. Now let's take a look at what it can do. Alright, here's full macOS running on an iPad. Right here, it's a little bit glitchy. I think Apple wants to put a little more effort in until they release it. So you can open Final Cut Pro, full-fledged Final Cut Pro. And of course, the touchscreen works just fine. Alright, so here's one of my videos right here. Alright, so all you gotta do is you gotta take an effect with your finger.
Kellogg's Frosted Flakes cereal. Grains, sugar, malt, salt, natural color, plus vitamins and minerals. That's it.
Hey YouTubers, this is Angelo, and I'm just here to make a video about my iPad that is running iPadOS 26. So, my iPad model is an iPad 8th generation, and it's a gold color. Yeah, it seems dirty, but well, my I bought this about 2020. So, here you can see how the liquid glass interface looks like. So, wow. See how buttons behave. And next, I'm going to do a screen recording. Okay, so here's my screen recording on this iPad 8th generation. Let's go to Safari. Here, I'm on the Apple website.
out there. Now, put up the top. Try another. Well, never mind. By the way, what I did is I switched it out to reduce motion. Now, switch it up. Yeah. Kind of flabby, but it's still functional. So, Google Chrome and YouTube. And that's it.
Joey. Joey.
Ça pue, Chloé. Ça pue, des foufounes.
Des gros bonbons de badaille. Des bonbons de Joey. Chloé. Chloé.
Ça pue, ça pue, ça pue, 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 pue.
Maman?
Oui.
T'es là. Ça prend ton fenêtre?
Je sais pas, je vais taper une fois prêt.
Chloé. Chloé.
Oh shit, c'est vrai.
Bon, écran sur mon lit. Alors, c'est batterie.
Yeah. Yeah. Ah, ça pue! Pue, 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 pue! Pue, 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 pue! C'est plus, c'est plus. Fuck! Chloé. Chloé.
Oh. Toy. Yeah. No, 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 no. Ooh, I do not put you and you. Ooh, 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 yeah.
J'avais craché un peu parce que. Ouais, c'est ça. Maman, j'ai fini mon épaulé de Lego. Ah, la prochaine. C'est quoi la toile avec la sauce rouge? C'est quoi la sauce?
T'en veux d'autres, il y en a d'autres, celui-là, j'aime pas ça faire des gros boules parce que c'est des dégâts. C'est en bas complètement sur la tête. En bas, en bas, en bas, en
Mhm. 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 Super good though. Banknotes. Mhm. 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 Mhm.
Sell everywhere your customers are. Online, in AI.
अभी फिलहाल के लिए तो सिर्फ इतने डिवाइस सपोर्ट करते हैं, आगे जाके होपफुली और डिवाइस
ipod, it's Max. ipod 10, 9, Max. 10, 10, 9,
Try to get some cash.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to calculate my cash.
I wanted it.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh. Oh.
Need to calculate my cash. It's left.
Duplex.
Duplex.
Sandwich.
Sandwich. It looks like used with an A30 Bionic chipset.
C'est
We be fuck.
Joy. Ugh.
Joy.
Ah, it's coming up. Amir, help me.
What's up, guys? Me today is back. Yeah.
Amir, what does she say? Oh, yeah. Amir.
Microplan. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, hi, Jess. Oh, hey, how are you doing? I'm doing good. Oh, nice. What are you doing? Now? Yeah? You wanna know about my bank? Eh? You wanna know how much cash I have? Yeah? I have 407. 407? Yeah, I have 407, but oh my god! Wow, that's so impressive. But why? Because I'm starting to get really good at this. Wow, that's so nice. It's like a progressive. Sure. That's so amazing, yes. Congratulations. You have 407 bucks. Mm-hmm. Yes, that's just, I mean, this is all my cash. I'm trying to just content about all everything, so that's why. Oh my god, that's so amazing. Yep. Oh yeah, you're going to get a ship, alright? I don't know, but I only have 407.20. I mean, dot 20. But yeah, I see. That's amazing. Yep. And I'm going to buy my new stuff. What new stuff you wanna buy? I don't know. This is just so cool. I have so many cash, and I can able to buy anything I want, you know. Yep, I can't wait. I mean, what thing you wanna buy stuff? I don't know yet, but I really wish I could buy a cell phone, but I cannot. Still the footage is stuck on my device. Yeah, I'm sorry, I see. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just going to do something. I'll be right back. What do you mean? I'm just going to install my Google Home. Oh, yeah, you told me on morning? Yeah. I was calculating my monies. That's why I only have 407.20, but hey, that's so nice. That's so cool. That's still like, I mean, you have to duplicate it's very like it on there. Yep. Maybe I can ask my mom for a new task. Yeah.
Fait chaud aussi.
Ah, mais je sais, mais j'ai vu.
C'est quoi qu'il y a dans ton lit? Du sang?
Non, c'est pas du sang, c'est un accident.
C'est un accident, ok.
Il va falloir que je plug. Il va falloir que
Je peux plugger là, là. Y a-t-il quelque chose qui n'a pas besoin d'être branché là-dedans?
Là.
Non, pas là-dessus.
Non, là.
Pas là-dessus.
Mais pourquoi?
Parce que, Sam, ça traîne à terre. C'est quoi le chargeur qui est branché là?
C'est la lampe.
Quelle lampe?
Oh non, je pense que c'est pas.
Va me débrancher ça, s'il te plaît. Ça, c'est blanc. Lui, tu le branches là, c'est blanc.
Je suis pas surpris, hein. Pour la fois pour là. Ok, tu prends le film, moi qui.
Ah oui. Donne. Va brancher ça. Ça, lui. Ça, on va le mettre là. Non, c'était pas de numéro de tu vas le casser.
Non, t'inquiète pas, j'ai jamais cassé un lit, là.
Non, je sais que tu n'as jamais cassé un lit, mais ça peut arriver. Bon. Ça, ça fait du bruit. Le nom de c'est ça. Ça ressemble à ça. C'est toi qui as mis pas l'informe?
Oui, c'est moi qui ai mis mon repas.
Un repas?
Oui, j'ai mis un repas construit.
Non, c'est pas sérieux, Sam.
Non, mais je mange un repas construit.
C'est pas drôle, là. Ça, tu me l'as pas demandé, hein?
Désolé, non.
T'as bouffé, là, 2 portions de pâté chinois en soir. Ça, c'est pas un boulot. Oui.
C'est ça que moi.
Je me parle à moi, ça.
Non, je veux te parler.
Je le trouve pas drôle.
Mais je veux pas faire ça.
J'essaye d'installer ton cossin et tu me dis des conneries.
Non, mais je sais pas. Mon âge, maintenant.
Hey, gueule avec ton Gemini, Sam, là. OK?
Maman, ton langage.
Non, sérieux, là.
Maman,
Comment se passe,
ton
là?
langage.
Tu me saoules.
Ton langage. Il n'y a pas de feux sur ma chambre.
Quoi?
Il n'y a pas de feux sur ma chambre.
J'ai pas compris.
Pourquoi tu gardes des feux sur ma chambre?
Aïe, hein? T'as tout volé mon char, là. T'as pas rien à dire.
Maman, pourquoi tu me détestes?
Je te déteste pas, Samuel. Tu me demandes d'installer ton cossin. Faut que tu me laisses travailler tranquille.
Pourquoi tu dis des mauvais mots, là?
Quel mauvais mot, là?
Pourquoi t'es une parente qui dit des mauvais mots tout ça tout le temps de ta vie?
Laisse-moi tranquille.
Pourquoi tu parles comme ça?
Samuel, tu veux-tu avoir un gougolon?
Oui, oui.
Laisse-moi travailler. Je peux pas travailler si tu me parles. Je sais pas c'est quoi tu comprends pas quand tu me déranges.
Excuse-moi. Je pense qu'il va vraiment se faire peser longtemps.
Tu veux que je pèse où, Sam? Ça va pas l'air de faire grand-chose.
Oh, une seconde. Ok, Google. Ok, Google. Hey, Google.
Tu l'as éteint, je pense.
Non, ça va bien. Ok, Google.
Your Google Home isn't set up yet. To get started, download the Google Home app on a phone or tablet. Your Google Home isn't set up yet. To get started, download the Google Home app on a phone or tablet.
C'est déjà fait, commence.
Marche même pas.
C'est micro USB, ça?
Non, c'est USB-C.
Non, c'est micro USB, c'est ça. Là, je vais aller faire ça à mon bureau. Je n'ai pas à passer sur le bureau.
Chloe. Chloe.
Ai. Digo, hola. Chloe. Chloe. Ah, venez, papa. Chloe. Chloe. Lại. Để đi gọi lại. Chloe. 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 I didn't know. 43 short. 43 short. I'm a no. I'm a no. Dream. Cool. Cool. Ça pue. Ça pue des faux fun. I'm moving on. The bed. Yeah, Envigada. No. Placata. Cool. Yeah. Chloe. Yeah. Chloe, I love you, demon one. Ooh, it's on dry space fucking shit. Yeah. I get that, Johnny. Fucking shit.
My mom sucked. My mom is so stupid.
Yeah, 467. 67, 67, New York. Yeah. The pizza. Oh my god, yeah.
Oh my god, this is freaking cringe. Chloe. 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 Right. What? Chloe.
I was ready to die. They said I killed Rebecca. My fingerprints were on the knife. My blood was at the scene. I told them I didn't do it, but nobody believed me. I spent years fighting, filed every appeal, exposed every contradiction in the evidence. None of it mattered. My lawyer stopped returning my calls. My appeals were exhausted. My family stopped visiting 2 years ago. Even my own mother thought I did it. The only person who ever believed me was my grandmother, and she passed away 5 years ago. So when they asked what I wanted for my last meal, I thought of her. Her meatloaf, the one she made me every birthday. I wrote out her recipe from memory, every measurement and technique precise. An hour later, the prison chef showed up at my cell holding my form. What is this? Meatloaf. This is a novel, not a recipe. Ground beef 60%, ground pork 40, breadcrumbs soaked in whole milk for exactly 10 minutes. Yellow onion, not white, sautéed in butter until translucent. Fresh thyme, not dried. Worcestershire, 2 tablespoons, no substitutes. And this glaze with brown sugar and apple cider vinegar, brushed on at 340 degrees, 20 minutes before done. He looked at me through the bars. Why so specific? It's how my grandmother made it. She's gone now. If I'm going to die Friday, I want to taste her cooking one last time. He was quiet for a moment. Some of these ingredients we don't stock. Fresh thyme, whole milk, real butter. I'll have to special order them. I have 48 hours. He sighed. I'll make it exactly how you wrote it. Thursday morning, the ingredients arrived and the chef started cooking. I could smell it from my cell an hour later. Onions sauteing in butter. Grandma's kitchen. Saturday mornings. Her humming while she cooked. I sat on my bunk and cried for the first time in 8 years. Thursday afternoon, the chef ran into problems. The oven temperature wouldn't hold steady. He had to recalibrate. Start over on the glaze twice. It has to be perfect, he told the warden. It's his last meal. Thursday night, I couldn't sleep. Not from fear, from the smell. The meatloaf baking through the night while I sat alone with memories of the only person who believed I was innocent. Friday, execution day. 10 a.m. and no meal yet. Noon, and the chef said the glaze wasn't right. 2 p.m., a guard brought regular prison lunch because the meatloaf still wasn't ready. 4 p.m., 2 hours left. The smell was overwhelming. Guards kept walking past the kitchen just to breathe it in. 5 p.m., the warden came to my cell. Your meal isn't ready. We're delaying the execution 2 hours. 6 p.m. came and went. The original execution time. I was still alive, waiting for meatloaf. 7:30, the chef finally appeared with a covered plate. He looked exhausted. He uncovered it, and the meatloaf looked exactly like my grandmother's. I ate slowly, savored every bite. Perfect. I finished the last bite at 7:51. 9 minutes left. The guard opened my cell. Time to go, Preston. They walked me down the hallway past other cells. Inmates were silent. They always were during execution walks. We reached the preparation room. The chaplain asked if I wanted to pray. I said no. 7:55. 5 minutes. They started walking me toward the chamber. That's when the warden's phone rang. He answered, and his face changed. Stop. Everyone stop moving. What's happening? Rebecca's ex-boyfriend just confessed to her murder. You're innocent. My legs gave out. A guard caught me. The chef appeared in the hallway out of breath. He slid down the wall and sat next to me. If that meatloaf had been ready on time, you'd already be gone. I just sat there, still alive. Because my grandmother's recipe was too complicated to rush. She saved my life. She always did. After 8
I did it. Yeah. Snap.
Erst kann man also fucking poster the fuck. Sandwich.
Okay, I have to play some gaming. Voilà.
What if I told you that every iOS update might actually make your iPhone feel older? Battery draining faster, slower animations, apps taking longer to open, and features that just get in the way. And before you call it a conspiracy, Apple has actually admitted to slowing down certain iPhones. So today we're looking at things Apple.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Come on up. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Good morning.
Maman. Oh shit, there's like ok, ok. Cool. Cool.
Jesus Christ. Pourquoi tout le monde veut tout le temps me faire chier? I just. Alright, now. I think I'll go home and say funny. Yeah. Hmm? Oh, you won't say to you that if you don't even stop eating, then you'll be in hospital? Yeah, I don't know why. I just really hate my mom. Yeah.
On laisse tranquille, là, il mange.
Dis-moi, tu t'en viens.
Non, il mange.
Ouais, c'est mon chat.
Chris, tu racontes ta chambre.
C'est mon gros chat d'amour.
On sait, faut que là, il mange. D'ailleurs, à toi, Sam, j'ai l'impression que tu cherches le trouble, hein?
Non.
Non?
Chat d'amour. Maman, quand même, Manu, tu serais disponible de rester encore là-dessus pour travailler à un moment donné? Pourquoi c'est impossible de trouver un travail par là?
Parce que Samuel, j'ai pas rien que ça à faire.
Non, mais c'est qui va me chercher?
Ben, tu vas te débrouiller avec ta CR et avec les services qui existent pour toi. OK? Quand il va chercher un job, il n'y a pas personne. Pardon? Qu'est-ce que tu m'as dit?
Ahí este stick. It was a good patat. Ma maman, c'est une stick.
T'as déjà fait dans les petites mouches. Minuscule brasseur.
Oh, ouais. Oh.
Allez, bataille.
Try Oikos Pro with 24 grams of protein to help build.
For Kami! Start.
I asked the Roblox players what their biggest fear was and then forced them to face it. Some were terrifying and some got out of control.
Big sharks. That's pretty scary.
What do I do? One of these was a big Roblox YouTuber, and I made it way worse. I'm going to find that person over there. Guy over there, what his biggest fear is. Hi. Oh, what's up, dude? Yeah, can I ask you a question? Yeah. What is your biggest fear?
Oh gosh, okay. I just say like a job interview or like height. Like if I was like skydiving, like falling through the sky out of a plane with no parachute. Yeah, that'd be pretty scary.
What? Am I in a job interview? What? What am I? I don't even know how to get everything. So, why do you want this job? I don't want this job. What do you mean? I don't know why that. What if it's fake? Am I in an airplane? Oh my god, I'm scared of heights. I told you this. Oh my god, I can't. Oh my god. Yo, Cookie, what's your biggest fear?
Oh, my biggest fear? I am terrified, petrified, some may say, of natural disaster. Yeah, you just throw it on top there. I am terrified of evil. Scariest thing to ever exist. And we're saving something bad happened.
Yo, Steve, what is your biggest fear? My biggest fear has to be darkness. I hate darkness. I hate it. Please don't ever put me in darkness. Never, okay? Never. Oh, sorry. Am I in a dark room? Please, God, please get me out. Hey, Steve, that. Is that prolific?
What the fuck is choose on a fragrance episode 1? Fuck.
Before starting the video, I want to send a special shout out to the surprised cat who in the previous video pulled off a super thank you with half a roast chicken. Thank you very much, my friend, for supporting this channel. And while we're at it, the channel now has a Discord server. This server was made possible with the help of Killing Mechanic, who practically made almost the entire server. Support and updates to their operating systems. Because of course, it's not the same to compare a phone with 64 gigabytes with an old version of the operating system to one that has the most recent version of the operating system and that still continues to receive updates. That was the main factor why I chose these phones. But anyway, less blah 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 ble blue blue blue, and let's get to the tests I did to start. Let's see the free space we have with the recently formatted phone. The Samsung A6 has 40.2 gigabytes free, while the iPhone SE has 46.26 gigabytes free. In theory, iOS is already winning in this section, but the reason why the Samsung A6 has less storage available is because of the junk that is automatically installed by the operator. To make this more even, I'm going to delete the applications that were installed automatically, and I'm going to delete the Telcel applications while I'm at it. Now it's time to install some applications that I consider essential for daily use, such as social networks, some Google applications, entertainment, among other things. In the case of iOS, the phone went from having 46 gigabytes free, but now it has 37 gigabytes. At first, this surprised me because you have to take into account that the applications are newly installed and they don't take up much data, but oh well, that will be a problem later. In the case of Android, we now have 39 gigabytes free. Let's remember that I deleted the junk applications from the operating.
guys, how do we add a friend on Nintendo Switch 2? Simply go to your profile at top left, and I have no friends at the moment, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to add friend, and there's a number of ways you can add them. So you can search for local users. If someone's right next to you, you both click the symbol and it'll find each other. So that's one way to do it. That's if you're in kind of the same room. Search users you've played with, so anyone you played online with you can add. And then of course, the common one, friend code. I've got my mate's friend code here, so I'm going to put it in now, 1149 8185 0516, and I would have sent him this friend request, my friend Mario, and just so you know, that's an account I've got on this Switch as well. So from my friend's perspective, he'll go onto his profile, and he'll go down to add friend, and you've received a friend request. He's going to accept that friend request. He's going to click on my name. I mean, you can block me if you really want. You can choose not to become friends. You can see my activity, and then you can become friends. And not only that, you can also go to your friends list. He's offline, of course. You can see when your friends are offline, and you can make best friends that will show up towards the top as a priority. And that's how you add friends. It's pretty simple. Let me know if you have any problems. Next low max draw, 30 million. I can't believe I'm going to say this. Nixie have actually done it. They have cracked the Switch 2 protocol. These are the Nixie Hyperion 3 Ultras, and they have every single feature that the official Switch 2 Joy-Cons have. That's right, they are the first third-party company to release actual true Pro or Ultra Joy-Cons for the Nintendo Switch 2, and I'm so happy about this. I'm so happy about this. I can't wait to tell you all about it, so let's check it out. These are the Hyperion 3 Ultras. But before I start, I just want to say they did send them over for free. There's no money exchange. They don't get to see this video either. I'm just showing you immediately from me receiving them. So this is it. I've spent literally like maybe a day and a half just like having a ago with them, but that's been okay. These are an engineering sample. So there is one thing that I want Nixie to fix with a firmware update, but it should be just firmware update, and I will get into that, because Nixie, if you're watching, please fix this. We told you about the issue with the last pair, and you managed to fix it, so well done. So these have true Switch 2 protocols. They've actually got HD linear rumble 2 motors in them. We've got TMR Air joysticks. More on that in a minute, which I'm really happy about, by the way. We've got mouse mode, woohoo, and also NFC, as well as everything else that the previous Hyperion 3s had. Now, I've specifically chosen the white ones just so that you can see there's a difference, right? The black ones are the Ultra, the white are the previous 3s, because there's one thing I want to show you physically that's very different between the two. But first off, if you've not seen the previous Hyperion 3s, these are the Ultras, of course, but these are the next to the normal Switch 2 Joy-Con. So they are much larger, aiding to better ergonomics, and they say decrease tendinitis, you know, which I kind of like. But
Pyramidal collagen boosters and 21 regenerative actives in one pump. I love volunteering in LGBTQ plus safe space. We're not shamed for our differences, but celebrated for them.
Today we're going to be finding out whether your looks on Roblox really matters. Hey, you're kind of cool. Want to be friends?
Ew, you're a brokey.
Yo, what's this, Ellie? You talking about friends?
Oh my gosh, yes, Papi Ugly.
Now, before we get started, let's see what random Roblox players think. Do you think looks matter on Roblox?
I feel like people care about looks and Roblox a lot more than I am. As long as you do not wear like a furry suit, you dress like a kid, or wear a diaper, I don't care what your outfit looks like.
I'm feeling like I'm moving from those like children's lives.
And if you look rich,
Yeah, like, it's a great shit sometimes.
Alright guys, first things first, I gotta make a new account. It's gotta literally be a new Bacon Hair account. I'm just doing a random birthday, January 15th. And we're gonna do I love Roblox 9356721. Perfect. And we're in. Now there are a bunch of PC games I can check out right now, but we're just gonna stick to one, the good old trusty mic up Yes, sir. In the scene. You trying to be best buddies? You don't know about that. Why are you? You're more chopped than me. I'm being nice to you, trying to be your friend, and now you don't want to be my friend. I'm being nice to you. I'm gonna be your friend. Man, oh, I'm gonna be a man. What? I'm trying to be this guy's friend, and you trying to say that? I know. You think he's something. This Hashim guy thinks he's something. Hey, don't you? You think you're somebody, huh? Oh, now he wants to be all quiet. Now he wants to be nonchalant, act like he doesn't hear me. He's trying to play off like he don't know me. And guess what? You know what it is? You know why I'm doing that, Easy? You want to know why? It's because I'm a bacon. Because I'm a bacon. This is free too, bro. Exactly. So, why is he trying to judge me when he's just as broke as me? You get what I'm saying? It's almost like your looks matter on Roblox. You don't, bro. Look at me. But you, I bet you got no friends. What the hell? Who was that? Shake your cheeks in my face. I order a kiss you like a soccer ball right now. I told you. What do you want, Billy?
I have a joke.
What's your joke, Nelly? Get it out.
Why the toilet paper get stuck in the crack?
Because I don't know. Why?
Because it got stuck in the crack.
Anyways. Yeah. That was... Jesus! Oh my God, wait, Jason. Jesus, you want to be my friend? Jesus. Jesus! Oh my God, Jesus! But they are crazy. Jesus, be my friend. Wait, what do you mean? Whoa. Get your hands off me, Jesus. What are you doing? It's been nice meeting you, Bill. No. No, it's too early for this. I don't have any friends. I gotta make friends. No. Wait a minute. Somebody, Billy. No. Jesus, can you hear me?
We're gonna hold and Joe walking out.
But I got a question though, Jesus.
Sure.
Okay, Jesus, since we're in heaven now, you want to be my friend?
No.
Oh my God, I'm done. Guys, I'm starting to lose hope. I never thought it would be this hard to get a friend in Roblox. I thought 0 friends on Roblox, by the way, like 0. I just need one. Hey, Riley. Why? What do you mean no? Riley, wait, I got a question. I'm chasing this girl down. A few minutes later. Okay, there's Riley right there, bro. She has to be my friend. Riley, can we be friends? I was chasing you. Why? Why? What do you mean you're sorry? I'm trying to make friends, and you're running away from me like I'm some kind of monster. Like I'm some kind of... Oh, I see how it is. It's because of my bacon, right? You judge a book by its cover. No, yeah, I see who you are. You're a gold digger, that's what you are. You're a gold digger. What do you got to say for yourself? Yeah, I spat him. Let him go. I'm not done with you. I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to be your friend anyway. How old are you? I'm trying to find my other half. I'm trying to find a girl. And I think I'm super interested in you, and I think you look very hot. And I love... You said what? You said what? Oh. I do look kind of goofy right now. That he is correct. What you guys are looking at is my richest outfit I've ever made. This whole outfit is coming out to a whopping 1.4 million Robux. This is literally the most e-boy outfit I've ever made, and I just know people will treat me differently. So let's find out. You want to be my friend? I'll give you money. I'm super rich. And just from a question, I'll be my friend. Be my friend. I'm super rich. Look at my outfit. Super rich. Hurry up. There we go. Just made a friend, just like that. It's that easy, guys. Look at me. I just want to say, I hate everything about you. You know? I don't like. I have a big ego, and I'm super rich. Do you want to add me? Yeah. Okay. Well, let's put it to the test then. Because I'm cocky like that. Because I'm really about that. So I just take that friendly flag, and what you want to do with it? Oh my God. No, I'm done. I didn't expect this. I didn't really think this was gonna work. So like, I just forget everything I said. I'm actually a nice person. Okay. Whatever you are, it's fine with me. Wait, really? Guys, all my life, that was not fake. Like, I was literally being mean to this girl. I was trying to be as rude as I could, and she accepted my friend request. Like, what has this world gone to, bro? I'm looking to make some friends today. You want to be best buds or what? Well, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna send you a friend request and let me know if you want to be friends. Oh wow. Really? That's you know what? That's beautiful, Olivia. Vampire, you seem like a cool and amazing guy, and I just want to say, let's be friends. What do you say? Sound like super rich, and like I can also bless you with some brother, cause like I'll look at my outfit, I'm just super rich, so like I can get you anything you want. So what do you say? No, but I'm not gay. No, I'm not gay. I'm not trying to like hit on you. I'm just trying to make friends. No. Oh my God! Hey, why? I'm rich, you're poor, let's be friends. What do you say? Really? Oh, I mean, your shirt does say need money. First question, do you need a rich e-boy by your side? Isn't that right? You need someone to help you buy the port. Yeah, and look at my outfit. I'm super rich, right? So I'm going to tell you this promo plan, and I'm just going to spoil you because I'm super rich because my outfit is screaming. Oh, wow. You're okay if I treat you like garbage, right? Just if I get you money, that's all you want, right? If I treat you like trash, that's okay. Guys, what if we learned in this video? Look, 90% out of 10. Basically, what I'm saying is you gotta get your money up on Roblox. Okay, it's time to get to that 9 to 5. People will treat you differently whether you like it or not. Okay, so hope you guys enjoyed this video, man. I'll see y'all in the next one. Hey, Nintendo love. This video, I asked strangers to Roblox voice chat. What is something they've never told their parents? It gets crazy, so you won't want to miss it.
Bon. Putain, quelque chose qui... Pourquoi chaque fois je trouve ça prend le... C'est tout ça. Comment? Mm-hmm.